It's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Hello everyone and welcome to the WPT live stream. I'm Tony Dexter alongside Matt Savage coming to you from the Venetian, Las Vegas. It is the Spring Poker Championship here, Matt Savage. Spring is in the air in Las Vegas. I don't know about the rest of the country where you might be tuning in from, but thanks for joining us today, tonight, whatever it happens to be. We got 6 tough players around this final table. One of them, Gregory Brown, with a big chip lead after a climactic final hand leading up to the final table last night, where he put a brutal beat on the great Nick Schulman. His pocket queens drawn out on pocket aces. These 6 competing for over $400,000 and a seat to the 10K World Championship. The end of the WPT season. Everyone's locked up $87,000, and if you slide into 5th, you know you're getting 6 figures. Matt, how we doing today? What are you watching for at this final
great.
table?
Yeah, we have a 3-time champion in Anthony Zeno at this final table looking for his 4th title, and the other 5 players looking to put their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup today, where you already are. So you know what kind of pressure these players are under. And
low jack, high jack is.
start off with the chip leader,
No, I'm serious.
Gregory
Somebody's
Brown,
like
who has
running
12,200,000.
I don't know. Looks like
Nick Seward in second with 5.295. In seat number 3, we have Lily Coletto. She starts the day with 2,390,000. And in seat number 4, Edward Pack. He's a short stack, 1,130,000. Drake Kemper, 1,615,000 in seat 5. And rounding out this final table, Anthony Zeno. He's in the 6th seat. He's 1,770,000 in chips.
Interesting first hand here. Lily with the 3s, in my opinion, has a ideal candidate to move all in with pre-flop instead of giving the blinds a chance to move in over the top of her. They were about 10 and 16 blinds deep, respectively. Lily opts to go with the min-raise. I think the small pairs are going to play best as an all-in, along with stuff like Ace-X and Broadway holding, some of the suited gappers, suited connector hands around the 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited area make for nice shoves. That said, she does get the raise through. And we look at Jeremy Brown, our big chip leader, with the pocket 7s on the hijack.
She didn't have kings, huh?
Just limping in here. That is a surprising play. I have to confess, I'm not Jeremy Brown. I'm thinking of the man who made the final table at the Borgata and then again at the World Championship. Gregory Brown there, limping in
like 4 times
with the pocket 7s on the hijack. Surprising limp. As our chip leader, I don't think he should be doing any limping. I'm surprised that he is, but perhaps trying to lay a trap for one of the shorter stacks behind him.
Queen 9-3 on the flop here. And he bets.
Man, the cards are so far away. Yeah.
Minimum 100,000. That'll get it done. Gregory Brown's biggest cash already at this final table, Tony. So far, his biggest was 39,000 to date, so he will eclipse that today with 87,000 min cash.
This is a good level.
Of course, he's looking for that first place prize, 418,700, which includes that seat to the season-ending World Championship.
What an intoxicating feeling to be playing for 10 times your largest career score and have the big chip lead at the final table. We'll see, following that limp, whether Gregory plays the aggressive style that many would with his chip lead. Lily, though, on the cutoff with ace-10, right behind her. Eddie Pack with the ace-5 of clubs. Pretty viable candidate to move in with pre-flop if he thinks he has fold equity. And that's a big if in these spots when you have under 10 blinds.
All in.
But he will go for it. And right behind him, Drake Kemper with the king-queen suited. Now, Drake has only 14-ish blinds himself. It feels tight, but I actually think his king-queen should end up in the muck here. But it's a pretty strong hand.
Call.
And he is going to make the call here. A little bit surprising, facing both an open and a jam. King-queen suited, almost never going to be actually ahead.
What? I had the best hand.
And
My
you hear
God,
Lily
maniacs.
bemoan that she folded the best hand.
Good pairs.
So the
Maniacs.
ace-5 of clubs for Eddie Pack.
Ace 10.
All in, a small favorite over Drake Kemper's king-queen of hearts. One of the aces has been folded. 10 of hearts, I believe,
Good ball
has
take
been
it, right?
folded.
Well, diamond straight flush 9 high out there.
That's a GTO play. I learned that. Ace 5.
Go to the flop. King on the window, but it's followed by a 5 and 4 with 2 clubs on the board. So Eddie behind in this hand, but ahead in equity. A 53% favorite there, despite Kemper hitting the top pair. A deuce of hearts goes flying on the turn. Will provide Eddie with an additional out to the 3. Still 39%, but the 7 of diamonds, a true brick on the river. Drake Kemper. It's a little bit of a gamble there, Matt.
Way too many.
And he takes it down, and we are going
Sorry,
to
Eddie.
lose Edward Pack. He will be
game,
our
Eddie.
sixth place finisher, taking home $87,000. Nice week for him.
The
For the
rapid
final 5.
elimination here at our final table, so all 5 remaining players have locked up 6 figures for their efforts here at the Venetian. Nice turnout, nearly 600 entries across 3 starting days in late February at the Venetian.
Right?
Drake Kemper getting that one through there, even though that he seemed to have over half the deck there
Yeah, on
to
the flop,
win
I think
that
you're
hand. Did Edward Pack?
Classic case of too many outs.
Drake Kemper is a race car driver and a coach.
Mm. So this is his least risky profession.
Absolutely.
You're like 2.6 now, Drake.
I'll count it.
And he's taking poker seriously. I read that he is really interested in becoming a professional poker player. A little less risky, maybe.
Zeno there with the jack deuce of spades will give our chip leader a walk. Who
2.69.
had the goods in the big blind with the ace queen.
Ayah.
It's not a good sign.
It wants to come here.
You
That's
fold
what
like
I'm saying,
ace
it's not a
10.
good
Couple of familiar faces around
What's
this
that?
table. Lily Coletto, I believe, at her 3rd
Ace ten of
WPT
hearts.
final table. We were talking before the broadcast
Good fold.
that I will always
No, it
remember
was
her
a,
first
ace of hearts.
down
10
in
of
South
hearts.
Florida because she left mid-final table to go shopping and change outfits. I have never seen something like it before or since at a final table. A truly baller move.
And I asked her today if she's going to do that. She said, no, I went shopping yesterday, so I'm all set.
She's well prepared for today's. Anthony Zeno, as you mentioned, at the top, trying to become one of only 3 players to win 4 WPT events. I don't even know how many final tables he's made. A lot, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Darren Elias with 4, and Brian Altman also with 4.
Man, those are the 2 guys, isn't it?
Yes.
A couple of studs right there.
And you got your aerobic workout in here, moving that button around.
Pretty short list of people to win 3. I believe Gus Hansen
Gus
might be on
Hansen
there.
would be one.
Eric
Anthony
Afriat,
Zeno,
has he won 3?
Eric Afriat, and Chino Ream, I believe.
Wow.
Sorry.
Kemper, you can see wearing the F1 hoodie there.
I watched the movie the other night. It's quite
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
It's quite good. I also bet on it to get nominated for Best Picture. And it
Okay.
snuck in there right at the end.
Did it?
Yep. Yeah.
Seward now here with Kings. Gonna raise it to 350. Those brown chips are 100Ks. The orange chips are 25s. And the blues are 5Ks.
You an F1 fan yourself?
Not really. I did like the movie. I did like
Drive to Survive? or
I've
whatever
gone
was?
to it a couple times here in Las Vegas.
Mhm.
always cold.
Not the best time of year for it, is it?
Maybe it's good for them. Not great to spectate, though. Seeing here with 10 deuce, he will fold.
Gregory here at the nice looking king 6 of hearts. We'll open our action with the raise to 200. Drake in the big blind with the 9-6 of diamonds. Has a flop-worthy hand here, even under some ICM pressure. Does need to be careful as Zeno is about a million shorter than him. He elects to just pass there, and yeah, very viable to lean tight and risk-averse towards the chip leader, especially when there's some distance between yourself and Zeno, and you're kind of tied with Lily.
Our most experienced player at this final table would be Nick Seward. He does have a score of 516,000 and also over 3.4 million in career earnings.
A very tough, accomplished player. As we talked about, has been playing a lot at the Poker Go studio. Those are some very difficult fields. So it takes a lot of confidence or a huge bankroll to play in them.
Not even gonna do it. Congrats.
Anthony Zeno here will take a walk with the Dolly Parton.
Perfect double down. Four, 7-0.
Now Zeno was seemingly at every final table about 10 years ago.
Yes. 488 entries started this. Down to the final 5. Guarantee of over 2 million, in which we eclipse fairly easily. Happy to see that.
Lily opening our cutoff with the king 3 of clubs. Earlier in the tournament, I would support her open. At this juncture, I'm not a fan. Raising into our chip leader in the big blind on one of the medium stacks. I think Lily should play a little more conservative here. If, say, she was in Nick's shoes with 50 blinds on the cutoff, now I'm with you. But Lily does like to play more hands. And potential punishment coming from our chip leader, Gregory, making the 3-bet with ace-10 here. Small sizing-ish, although they are only about 25 blinds deep, so I think he still can apply a lot of pressure going under 6 big blinds here.
Pick your PLOs, man.
And I think he's picked a good target in Lily. As we can see, she is opening a little too wide. As we talked about, she's got Zeno outchipped by 1 million. A lot of reason to pass on close situations. And that's what she's going to do here. So our chip leader, recognizing that this was an opportunity to apply some pressure to the medium stack, takes it down with the ace-10.
Lily does list her favorite hand as the entire deck, so.
Sure enough.
It's an honest woman.
The saddies into
She lists
it
her
have to be
occupation as a
responsible
wannabe
by
poker
your
player.
center, so it's literally
She
a
has
free
been
roll for $1,000.
around for quite a while.
Plays a lot of
That
tournaments,
saddies
you know.
into
Made
10K in
a handful
18
of final
hour,
tables,
45
3 on the WPT. I'm sure some at the World Series and on other stops. Just loves the game.
She loves the World Poker Tour.
Yeah.
She told me that she.
Zeno here with 15
Good
blinds
luck, Armin.
on the button. All in with King Jack. And a close decision for Gregory Brown in the small blind with the ace-4 of clubs. How aggressive does he think Zeno will be here, moving in pre-flop? He certainly has the chips to gamble. I think whether his hand is ahead of Zeno's range is going to be pretty close. Zeno, though, will be moving in a lot of small pairs, broadways, as he has here with the King Jack.
They need to introduce
Some of those
these
suited
kind of
hands we
stacks
talked
to
about
the
earlier, like
game.
10-9, Jack-9 suited. So ace-4 of clubs might feel just good enough for Gregory, who can be pretty confident Nick will not come over the top without a really premium hand.
Like a call here, Tony?
I'm on the fence. I don't feel too strong either way.
He does make the call.
Does make the call.
Shows that King Jack Ace-4, as you see by the graphic. Brown is 59% to win this hand. Could have our second elimination early at this final table.
Yeah, Zeno, small dog here. But plenty of ways to improve as we go to the flop. King on the window, but it's followed by an ace and a 3. Gregory Brown, a sizable favorite now with top pair. Zeno needing king, jack, or running straight. 4 of hearts will deprive him of some of those outs, and now a king, and only a king will save him, so he's 2-outing going to the river.
Fun to run good, isn't it, Tony?
Oh, very, very fun. 9 of hearts on the river. And so Gregory Brown, the chip leader, remains hot at this final table. 2 knockouts in about 20 minutes. Anthony Zeno making another deep run on the World Poker Tour, but we'll have to wait to join the short list of players who have won 4 of these prestigious
I
events.
guess when you have
It's going to take home, I believe, 117,000 for 5th, was it?
Yeah, 117,000. 114.
114.
114,000 for 5th. Now they've all locked up at least 151,000. But 147 big blinds for Gregory Brown.
15.
Kemper now says four-handed, maybe thinking about what that does to his range there. And his king 5 a hand. It is, but he will raise to 220. And he'll get that through. Drake Kemper, our race car driver, will take this one down.
Oh, you got the ante still. Thank you.
Drake says he's made 3 final tables this year, so he's having a good poker year early in the 2026 season.
It's cool. We can see ourselves live on the screens out there. They just don't have the whole cards, obviously, or else that would be a little.
They just show the whole cards right now.
You're like, let me tank real quick. Squinting.
How much do you have now, Drake?
I
Roughly
think
the same.
2.8-ish.
2.8. Thank you.
It would be about the same from last time, about 2.7.
Call.
Lily making the call with ace-6 of hearts. Flop is an ace-6 and a jack. Lily's flop 2 pair. She checks. Kemper checks with his jack-8. So he has middle pair. Seward now with pocket 3s. That's 140. Lily nailing this flop with 2 pair aces and 6s.
400.
And she raises to 400,000. Drake gets out of the way. Do you like that raise, Tony?
Sometimes. It's a very dry board. And so you need to
2.4.
balance it by check raising stuff like King 10, King Queen, Queen 10. If Lily has not established the kind of image with Nick that she would attack him with check raises on these high frequency C-bet flops, I worry that he will get away too often and he will deprive, she will deprive him the opportunity to bluff and barrel off with a hand like pocket 3s, which sometimes you bet the flop, and when you have these low pairs on boards that really favor your raising range, you say, okay, I don't have the best hand, so I'm going to double and triple barrel here and try and force a fold. Lily with the top and bottom pair has a pretty appealing slow play candidate. So if she's created this image, like she check raises a lot, she attacks on the flop, okay, go for it. But if she's not created that dynamic with Nick, then I'd prefer to see her slow play.
3 hearts on the flop. Queen 7-6. the player with the heart in their hand, but Brown does have the open and straight draw. And he checks, Lily checks behind. A fourth heart on the turn, king of hearts.
Tempting bet for Gregory here, because I think that when Lily has a strong heart, or even like a medium strong heart, she's going to bet pretty frequently on the flop. But her check behind on the flop was
That's it.
very automatic in a way, a sort of
I didn't want to get
a
raised.
hint of giving up, as it were. And I think with the open ender there and some outs to improve, just in case your opponent has a hand that's
Have it be like that yo viral.
a pair but not a
hand in the,
flush.
Oh.
Nice hand
1500
selection
freeze
from
out
Greg
years
to
ago.
fire away there,
Seven
take it on the
bet,
turn.
no
Not
one
to mention,
actually
look, your
has
chip
the
leader,
flush.
you're supposed to be applying a lot of pressure in general.
He misread his hand?
No, they were
No,
just
no,
totally
they were
bluffing.
blasting off and at each
Oh, I
other.
didn't see that.
And neither of them had. They were both bluffing back and forth.
220 from Drake Kemper on the button. Nick with the 5-4 spades has a appealing hand. Is he a flop?
Does make the call. Jack 5 deuce on the flop.
Well, that is all Nick. I really like that check from Drake. Exactly the kind of texture I think you should mix in checks. And with the ace of spades has some backup here, and the 9 being just under the top card, I think that's a ideal holding to check behind on the flop at a high frequency. As we see Nick improving even further to 2 pair on the turn. Now needs to debate, how much do I bet to build a pot here and potentially get called by Drake? About 600K out there. He's going to go in the 2/3 pot range, it looks like.
Ooh, I wish I had more chippies.
And Drake will show the ace of spades as he flicks his hand into the muck. So thus far, I think only 3 players have won any meaningful hands, and most of them belong to Greg and Nick, our 2 chip leaders coming in. Tell you, Matt, the wealth inequality just keeps getting worse.
Yes.
Over to Drake. Ace-8. I'd like to see him get in there with that one. I think ace-8 on the cutoff is just good enough. Greg, this time raising the 7s. Nick with queen 10 in the small blind. Close decision here. Perhaps feels that Greg is going to be really loose on the button, and so he elects to call a hand that is definitely getting called when you're just playing for Chippy V. At a final table where you're second in chips up against the chip leader, you can make an argument for being more snug out of the small blind, but he may feel that Greg is going to raise very aggressively pre-flop and maybe not be as aggressive post-flop as some other players might. So he defends the queen 10. Now on ace-6, 3, 2 diamonds. Facing this bet at 200K, you know, he really only has backdoors here. But he is going to call, so a float of sorts here from Nick. Perhaps planning to try and take this down on the river should it go check-check on the turn. And I guess if he believes that Greg is going to be really, really wide on the button and continuation bet every single time, I totally understand the logic. Now, with everything missing, we certainly need to bet. You do not want it to go check-check and lose to like Queen Jack or King 10 or King X. Question is how much? Do you want to try and rep an ace and bet like 700K or something? Do you want to rep a medium pair and block? You know, stuff like pocket 8s. It's going to go with the small sizing, around quarter pot. An interesting choice because very few players bluff for the block sizing, or if they do, it's very infrequent. So I will say, if I'm Greg, I would tend to believe this is a genuine value bet. However, my hand is worth what he's betting. I'm getting 5 to 1. hey, somehow this guy could just have a missed flush draw. He could have a 6 for some weird reason. Or he could have a queen 10. And Greg is going to take that one down. Nice hand there from our chip leader. Interesting pot overall.
Not enough overcards to maybe get him out of that hand.
Yeah, you know, I do think if he had bet the larger sizing, he gets away with it. However, hindsight is 20/20. And it wouldn't shock me if Nick splits his size in and says, I don't know, maybe he's looking at the clock. He says, half the time I'm going to block, half the time I'm going to bet 3/4.
Brown dishes the 9 deuce. Nick Seaward on the button with 6-5 of diamonds. Raises to 200,000. Lily lets it go.
Sorry, Lily.
Nick will get that pot.
Nick's button spot there is interesting to me. Under ICM, I could see an argument for jamming with both of them having 20 blinds behind you. We're getting into a territory where my ICM poker knowledge is not as strong as it needs to be.
Tony, we see a lot of athletes playing poker.
Mhm.
Is it? What do you think that is? Is it the competitive side of what they're doing? Maybe they're, looking to get out of things like car racing and football and that.
That's exactly right, Matt. I think when you're a highly competitive person, one day Father Time tells you that you're not allowed to play your favorite game at a high level anymore. And that's really hard to accept.
Go ahead.
However,
Yeah.
poker, thankfully, is a game that you can
Just come
play
at me.
at a very high level,
He's ready
even
to-
late in life, and you can
Like
pick it
anything
up
but all of it.
late in life and still obtain a really high level. So one of those games where it's never really too late to compete for something meaningful and to scratch that competitive itch. So I completely understand why
Hello.
so many athletes would be drawn to poker. I mean, we saw Calais Campbell playing in this field, actually. We've seen him at the Venetian multiple times. Defensive tackle in the NFL, a guy who's had a tremendous career, nearly 20 years in the league, pretty unheard of at that position.
A very big man.
Very big man. I beat him in an arm wrestling contest once.
Wow.
No, that's not even close to true. But you believed it.
I was going to call there for a second, but,
No, Calais Campbell seems like a really nice guy. We appreciate him on the World Poker Tour. And we've seen other prominent athletes. Most similarly, Richard Seymour has played many events on the WPT.
Hall of
One of the
Famer.
all-time great defensive tackles.
Ace-5 versus Ace-8 here. Let's see how it plays out. So the graphic there for FlexFit. FlexFit is the official headwear sponsor of the World Poker Tour, and bringing its new innovative NU series technology to the felt. You can order it at shopwpt.com. And a 15% off. Use promo code WPTStream. I am a big fan of FlexFit. Own quite a few of them.
Hand developing between our two chip leaders. Greg opens the small blind with ace-8 to 250. Nick calls ace-5 at the big blind. I think a little bit of Greg's inexperience on display with the pre-flop sizing seems pretty clearly too small. However, it follows through on a Jack 10-7 all heart flop with the 8 of hearts, and with no heart in his hand, Nick quickly gives up on that one. Drake here, close call with the queen 8 of diamonds. It's going to pass. Gregory in there with queen 10. And now Lily with ace-5. Interesting choice herself. And if you believe the chip leader is really out of line on the button, you could make an argument for coming over the top here. I mean, they're deep enough that maybe she can even have some 3-bet folds. It's getting a little thin, but some of these ace rags do get played as reshoves in the 20 big blind and less territory. Although under ICM, a lot of our jams, our lighter jams, switch to stuff like Jack 9 suited, 10-8 suited.
150.
Brown now with middle pair and a straight draw, and Lily's going to bet 150.
Crafty check behind on the flop from Gregory has induced Lily to bet with almost no chance of winning this pot here. 6 of hearts, very safe card for him on the river. Does Lily want to try and bluff her way out of this? No. I think that Greg's hand is worth a value bet now. Perhaps in the half pot territory. Especially with diamonds missing. And it is half pot with the second
He's
pair.
a man of his word.
Almost wanted to call you ace high.
Lily gets out of the way.
Maybe.
I figure you must hit a pair.
I probably did.
Yeah.
I usually have a pair.
Well, you're normally aggressive. Usually you bet, so you might hit something really good.
Yeah, that's true.
Lily fishing for information here.
I'll see you in
Perhaps.
an hour.
Yep.
Nick now on the button, ace 8 off. And he moves all in.
I've had this hand twice today already. Big lick.
And Drake get out of the way. Nick Schulman, as you said, the final table bubble, taking him 67,000. Shannon Shore had heaps of chips yesterday,
Yeah.
coming in 8th.
Yeah, a couple of the most talented players in tournament poker right there, coming up just short of the final table. Willie making it 200 with 10s. And Nick's bust out was in spectacular fashion, getting it in with aces to be chip leader up against Greg, and the queen giving Greg a full house. Just drilling him brutal. Interesting flop here. Ace, ace 5, 2 clubs. Lily's 10s out in front, but Greg any club, any 3, and it goes check, check on the flop. Oh, cannot get behind that one, Matt. That is a board where the pre-flop reserve needs to be firing pretty much always. Lily does bet the turn for 250. Greg will call. It's about $1 million going into the river. Lily's got 2-ish behind. Ooh, and the 6 of clubs will deliver this pot to Greg here. I'm curious whether he'll lead out, as I think he knows Lily would usually bet the flop with an ace. So perhaps he's worried.
All in.
Oh my god, he just moved in for 2x pot. Whoa. Lily does hold the 10 of clubs, and she snaps it off. What on earth?
Holy cow.
Wow, I expected her to call with an ace, especially an ace with a club in her hand. But the 10s with the club is very surprising, and you can sense the frustration in Lily as she leaves the table there. I did not expect Greg to lead all in. I thought he might lead big, but for 2x pot into the weakness of Lily is surprising, and yet he seems to have sized it perfectly, knocking out Lily Coletto in 4th place for $151,000 in under an hour of play. We have lost 3 players. Rapid eliminations around this final table.
184 big blinds now for Gregory Brown. total domination of this final table. All players guaranteed at least 200,000 now.
Cool. Thanks. Appreciate it.
So we lose Lily Coletto. Another final table for her. A good week. However, the last hand.
There was a lot of hands.
Should be
I was
thinking
gonna
about
jam
that
right
one for a
there,
while.
but That's not one of them.
Fair enough.
Gregory Brown with King 6.
Yeah, and with Drake so much shorter than Nick, I think Greg really needs to turn the heat up on Nick. This sizing makes it a little too easy for Nick to take flops. King 8 of spades, a very comfortable hand to take a flop with. I think even if he had sized up, Nick will see a flop. But when you make it 150, the other opponent is getting such a good price in position that you're inviting them into the pot a little more than you should when you're the big chip leader.
Bet of 200,000 now from Gregory Brown. Nick makes the call. Turn is a 5 of hearts. Gregory Brown shuts it down here, makes check here. Now Nick in position here. Really hasn't come into play yet, but we do have the action clock in play at this stage. Nobody's used a time extension yet. Bet of 700,000 from Nick Seward. And that'll
Nick
get it done.
decides some risk that he's behind there with the king high. He'd rather turn his hand into a bluff. He was slightly ahead, but taking down the pot, a good feeling all the same. Back with Greg, holding the ace-8. Nick with the ace-king in the small blind.
$1.1.
Makes it 1.1.
Yep.
And a quick fold from Greg there. Dominated by Nick's ace-king. Does not bleed any chips. Action back with Nick. Another ace in his hand, this time matched with a deuce. Opens for a raise. Drake with the 7-6. Going out of there. As is Greg. Well, Matt, we have plenty more tournaments coming up on the World Poker Tour. I will be heading to Cyprus in early March for our event there. You will be at Thunder Valley, I believe,
Yes, I will.
in mid to late March. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so you're going to miss the Champions Club
will.
dinner. We have a Champions Club dinner. One of these players will be
chairman.
invited to. Fortunately, you won't be there, but you'll be enjoying Cyprus.
And I will be missing Thunder Valley because that is a great stop. And Ben Irwin and the team do such a great job organizing that event, hosting our players, showing them a good time. Big fans of the guys at Thunder Valley. Drake there is out. I was at our stop in Cyprus at Chamada in August and really enjoyed myself. This time around it won't be beach weather. It'll
Right.
be, you know, refreshing spring Mediterranean weather, a little better for seeing some sights around there as opposed to just laying out in the heat.
It is hot. I'll be going there in August, so I'll be enjoying that heat. I'm going to the pool every day last year, that massive pool. Had to because they feed you.
Yeah, they feed you very well.
nonstop.
They've got a gym, by the way.
And they
They're allowed
do?
to sweat it off.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
They do?
they do have a gym in there.
Oh.
However, if there's too many people in there, they'll tell you to wait. They'll be like, nope, sorry, too many people.
Really?
Yeah. Queen 9-7 on the flop in this blind versus blind confrontation between our two chip leaders. Nick, the big lead, holding the pair of queens. Greg looking to improve, fires the flop. Does improve, but not enough on the turn, pairing the 5. Nick with the choice between betting and checking here. Some merit to both, though with the deuce in his hand is a little more vulnerable. But he elects to check it behind. Jack of spades on the river. I suspect Greg will just try and work towards showdown, and he does check. But now, on this queen-high board, Nick's hand is certainly worth a value bet. Just a question of how much he thinks he can extract.
What's your opinion on how much you should be betting?
As long as it's half pot or more, I think that's fine. And hard to go wrong anywhere between like half and 80% pot. He goes with 700k, so sort of where we would expect him to land in the 2/3 pot territory. Reaching for a call from a jack or a 9, maybe even a 7. Yeah,
Almost
if Greg
like
gets
10-8.
curious. But the 5 does not reach the threshold for our chip leader. He lets that one go. Nick takes that pot. Building towards 6 million. Drake, though, far and away our short stack with under 14 blinds.
Players have 30 seconds pre-flop, 30 post on our action clock. These players play quite quickly, which love to see. Gregory Brown now with King 7 off suit. Will get involved and raise to 200,000.
10 of diamonds is haunting me at this point.
Drake gets out of the way. Gregory increases his chip stack here. Dealer throws his cards out there. They are Copag cards, now the official supplier for the World Poker Tour, bringing his renowned plastic decks and new RFID-enabled technology to these final tables. The WPT feature tables and televised fans can see Copag signature craftsmanship on full display at this year's WPT World Championship, held in December. quite a few qualifiers from Club Gold here, Tony. 20 of them, in fact, and that's a good number.
It's an excellent number in 2026, if you ask me. I mean, we used to see so many satellite winners in the boom years of online poker, but now Club
Literally got two
WPT
7
Gold bringing those times back, satelliting players into these big live events regularly.
My girlfriend made a joke about me shoving 7 deuce last night. I wasn't going to try to make it a premonition.
You said that's how she.
Are you a watch guy, Matt?
I'm not.
Not
I
a
do have
watch
a
guy?
couple
I see
watches,
these
but-
watches that Drake is wearing. Seen them around, a few people wearing them.
I mean, it's not far from
What
us.
are
We're
they?
playing
I
like
have
a
no
cash
idea.
game or a
I was gonna
$300
ask you.
tournament somewhere.
They're very distinctive.
South Point Daily, you know, sure.
Yeah.
Greg going up to 200 with Queen 9. Drake will
Good
see a
luck,
flop with Queen 10. He's in strong shape here.
10 right in the flop.
Check.
King 10 and a deuce.
Not without its risks. Jack on the turn would give Greg the nuts and make it very hard for Drake to get away. I am curious whether he will look to get the money in now on his short stack, or does he just want to call and see if Greg will fire one more bullet here?
I'll be the first one to use one of these things at the final throw.
He's going to use a time extension. Seems genuinely uncertain about how to proceed.
Raise.
And he is going to move it in here.
800.
Greg. Not much of a decision with just the gut shot. His hand does find the muck.
7 deuce.
Drake
Yeah,
wins a much needed pot.
He's a sign. She put 7 deuce on there, dude.
We are streaming with a delay at WPT. I see you out there in the chat. Seems like Drake has a lot of support. Who are you out there rooting for, and where are you watching from? Let us know.
There is his support. Wow, how artistic. She probably made that overnight, too.
Yes, she did.
Queen Jack Deuce. We're watching Drake there, but it's a pop between Greg and Nick. Nick raising the King 7 of diamonds on the button. Greg defining the ace deuce. In my opinion, Matt, a pretty ideal candidate to have 3-bet with pre-flop. I don't know that you have to do it every time, but while the chips are distributed this way and you have these weaker offsuit aces, they are tempting candidates to 3-bet at a really high frequency against the opener when you can force him to fold so many hands that would otherwise try and see a flop if the third stack wasn't that much shorter.
7 on the turn gives Nick the lead.
There's also a third heart. And now Greg is going to turn his hand into a bluff, leading this heart, semi-bluff really, as any ace, deuce, or heart would give him the winning hand on the river. And after leading the flush he made on the river against Lily, I think he will have a lot of credibility here. As we see, Nick is going to fold out third pair there, and I like that fold, Matt. But I also like that bluff even more from Greg.
He
Really
likes
nice
Nick.
play.
That means means that you had a good hand or a bad hand.
Finding the lead there with a
You're like
hand
6.
that
A little under.
had tons of
420 's
potential
always good.
going into a river that we will never
Thank you very
see.
much.
Thank you.
5.2.
Got viewers from Northern Ireland, right
So
here
this
in
dude's
Vegas.
got like 17 million.
I have like 5.4.
Yeah, who's counting?
Yeah, he has many chips.
I stopped counting a while ago.
You're like the Federal Reserve. You don't really have to count if you own the rest of it, you know?
$200,000 for third place. Over 418,000, including that World Championship seat for the winner. Nick makes the call with 6-5 offsuit.
And yeah, here illustrates the dilemma with making this small open. I think if Greg makes it like 350, 400, Nick is forced to fold these 6-5 offsuit type hands. Whereas here, he receives an appealing price and takes the flop. It's worked out well for Greg because he's flopped top 2 and Nick has bottom pair with a 3 straight, so he's going to need to see a turn for 200K. But in many cases, I think Greg will do better by increasing his raise size pre-flop. As Nick makes the call and we go to a turn. It's King of Clubs. Appealing looking card for Greg, as there are some king high hands that Nick can get to the turn with, and if that is the case, he's going to be forced to pay you off for a sizable number. So Greg sizes at about 6, I believe. 650. And now with just 4th pair, Nick's hand has really shrunk here. And again, the priority is to maintain the distance between yourself and Drake Kemper. So not much reason to get
420.
adventurous and call down light going to the river.
Pot was a little too big.
So
Yeah.
a good fold there
That time.
from the pro, Nick Seward.
Could have went 690 though. I'm thinking about
Yeah.
And Greg just getting hit
You have another
over
hour
the
and 9
face
minutes
with
to
the
get
deck.
those, 690
Cannot miss a
before they
flop.
Take away your 5Ks. Then you gotta go all the
To
way to
17 million in
6900.
chips.
Yep.
Or what would the next increment of that be? 690,000. No, you can't even do that. It would be 6.9 million. You gotta go all the way.
Gregory Brown continuing here to put pressure. Raises to 200,000.
If I can get an even coherent hand, that'd be wonderful. But the Lord's just saving me with easy decisions today.
Greg Brown started this final table with 12 million. He already has 18. Going into this final table, he had more chips than the rest of his opponents combined. Now he has triple his 2 opponents combined.
24 million chips in play, roughly. And he's got 18 million of them.
Nick raising it up.
Drake is going to have to make a stand soon. It's down to 1.2 million in chips. Current blind's 50, 100,000.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Not only is he running out of chips, but second in chips, Nick Seward is not the type of player to make a mistake that will gift Drake another jump up the ladder. He's already done a great job outlasting 3 opponents, improving his payout by 6 figures. But this Ace-7 here should be a very worthwhile hand to move all in with.
Enjoy this for a second.
Drake is just going to savor the moment. You know, I think he knows he's going all in. but just wants to savor the moment of being at his first WPT final table. Exciting for the aspiring pro.
I don't think there's many three-handed charts out there for me to study, so I mean this is pretty much
There are, in fact, a lot of three-handed charts out there,
We're going to
but
put in a raise.
it's so rare that you find yourself in
No,
that
I have
position.
full
It's
deck
just
raise.
not what many people focus on, of course.
Right. Does leave that one chip behind.
Mm-hmm.
Take it down.
Woo!
Gets it
lets go.
through.
Gained a
So
whole
is
50K
Gregory
on
Brown
that.
calling there with King 4 suited
Right into the
and
face.
Nick not? In your opinion?
I hope not, because it would not be an advisable call.
Okay.
If I do that
I
like
don't think he would call
690
either.
more times, I might have
We saw that he was on the fence with the ace 4 suited in a similar situation. King 4 suited is considerably worse. Again, this is one of these weird spots where I don't think that Greg should like jam pre-flop, but it's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. Nick is not supposed to ever call like anything. And Kemper in the big blind has 15 bigs. ICM's very, very weird, though, and you don't really have to do that stuff. I think, though, if, say, Nick had 30 blinds, and Kemper had 15, and Greg had, like, 180, yeah, all in all day.
Check, check there. Deuce of hearts on the turn.
Nice check behind from Greg there. Pretty coordinated board. This is a flop texture that should connect pretty well with Nick's calling range from the small blind. So, very reasonable check behind on the flop. And with 600k out there, what does Nick want to bet to build this pot with his strong top pair? He's going 450. And with second pair, and on a board containing a variety of draws, Greg will see a river. It's the 4 of diamonds. Not a card either player is stoked to see. Nick may feel that Greg's a little less likely to check behind flush draws than in some other situations, and that his strong queen is still worth a value bet here. He may also feel that stuff like Jack 10, King Jack, King 10 has missed going to the river, and he does better checking and inducing a bluff. But this time it looks like he wants to bet it,
1.025.
and he's going to bet just over $1 million. And with the flush draw getting there, I don't know if second pair is going to be enough for Greg to find a call here.
Call.
He is going to make the call. A surprising one there from our chip leader, as he will lose the largest pot he's played at this final table that wasn't just an all-in.
Good pot there for Nick. Extending his lead over Drake. In addition to those Club Gold seats, we have Club WPT,
910.
where you can qualify for live events
9 ball.
upcoming. We have some people qualified for our event at Thunder Valley.
4 high, any good?
You can qualify and win a WPT passport for $5,000 at Club WPT. You get a free 14-day trial using promo code WPT2026. Down to 16 million now. Kemper says he's looking for any two reasonable cards here. He'll be shipping it in. Queen 9. He folds. Queen 9.
Seem close.
They're downgrading a little.
Queen 9.
Tony, what's the least you'd like to see him shoving with?
Suited, I gotta go.
Kemper
Yes.
on the
Like
button,
8 bigs.
opening
Yeah.
the action.
In there.
Yes.
12.
Any ace, any suited connector, 9-8 suited
12 is
plus,
more than 8.
any pair. Any Broadway Jack
Fuck,
10
we're good at
offsuit
math.
plus, although maybe something like Jack 10 is a min. Probably not. It's just an all-in, I think, at these stack sizes. And suited kings down to somewhere around king 7-ish. Maybe it's a little bit further, but now we're stretching my knowledge.
Queen 9
Yes,
suited,
change.
no, then.
Oh, queen 9 suited all day. Did he fold queen 9 suited?
He did. Or
Oh,
no,
I'm-
unsuited.
Oh, unsuited. Yeah. I was gonna say I didn't see him fold queen 9 suited. Yeah, queen 9 suited is got to be in there as well. Queen 9 offsuit, worth considering as one of our min raise fold hands. You have to be pretty careful not to overcook that when you've got 10 big blinds, because you're really only min raising very strong holdings. And so if you start doing that too much with mediocre hands, your opponents can recognize that you're a bit out of sorts.
All in?
King Queen, though, certainly worth the all-in on 10 blinds in the small blind, and a close one for Greg. Given the price, I don't think it's crazy to call. I don't think it's crazy to fold. I mean, you're never ahead unless your opponent shows up with, like, 4s.
It'd be so great if you were just slow rolling me with aces or something.
But it's about 900 to call to win a pot of, like, 1 point. Man, that's awful close.
Thinking about just gambling.
That said,
You were definitely behind.
it's really thin to call there, and keeping Kemper alive on the short stack allows you to lean on Nick Seward. And so that may factor into Greg's decision making there. Like, I don't think 10-9 suited is winning very much by calling, if anything, considering the price. So given that keeping Drake alive is useful to Greg, I really like the fold. Aces now here is exactly the kind of hand we should be min raising.
Ooh, okay, now I have less big blinds. I would like to make it.
Ooh, don't like
big
this
blind.
though, Matt. I think we want to have some min raising hands. That way we can min raise fold sometimes and steal the pot. And we need to use our
disappointing.
biggest hand as an induce, coupled with the fact that you want to give
If
the
I
big blind a
min-raise it,
chance
though,
to
it's gonna
see a
look
flop,
like aces anyway,
make a
so,
hand,
like, you
and
might
then
as
double
well
you
just
up.
put 'em all
So
in there.
I really cannot get behind the shove there from Drake, and I really don't like that he showed it.
At least for me. I
You
don't,
would have flopped 5 pairs, trust me.
ace 3-4 would have been an astounding flop for me. Good.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Greg here with king 6 suited on the button. Nice looking hand as our blinds have gone up to 75, 125. So Kemper right back in the 10 big blind territory, slightly more, but after he pays the big blind and the big blind ante, he drops right back into that territory.
Didn't get paid off on those aces. I like your explanation there, Tony. Got to get some action on those type hands, three-handed.
Yes. Yeah, I think that he should be min-raising somewhere around 10s or jacks plus, ace king, maybe ace queen suited, right in that territory. Nick with the ace 5 of clubs. Makes it 250, I believe. Greg takes a flop. 10-9-8. Got shot for Greg.
One club on that board. Greg checks.
Let's go check on the flop. 8 of clubs on the turn will give Nick the ace-high flush draw. He'll bet Greg will bet 300K with his gut shot. Nick now has too much hand to walk away. He also has the best hand. Does make the call. 4 diamonds on the river will actually give this pot to Greg if it goes check on the river.
Check. 4s will get it done.
River the nut.
Always a little frustrating when you're
I might
way
have to
ahead
go
going
down
into
with
the
my
river
hand
there.
because
Got a
it's
guy
so
drawing extremely thin, and then he hits one of his very few outs.
I was like
You have
worried
just
about
enough
the all
hand to
morning.
check it back and
Like, I don't
realize
wanna
that you
break
lost.
anything. I'm gonna just sit here like,
I'm always bad about that, like the first level or two of the day. I was just have to go medium.
that was bad for me a couple days ago. I'm looking at the clock like 40 minutes till break,
Mhm.
and that was when I had like 10 bigs or less or whatever. I'm like, I can't leave. I'm like, oh.
Kemper a little frustrated there, folding the 8-4.
Greg with ace-2 of hearts in the small blind. Wants to continue his habit of raising, but also continues his habit of going quite small. Nick, the highly similar suited ace in the big blind, his to the 4, does make the call. King, Queen, Jack. And with this bet of 250, Nick may have to bow out with slightly the best hand. He does have a good shot and a backdoor flush draw. And he knows that Greg has been opening very wide from the small blind, so maybe he'll get sticky here. And he will.
Not the worst hand to do that with.
No,
right?
not at all.
Okay.
King of hearts in the turn. Look at this. Greg reaching for the second barrel, bet 600K. Just when I thought that Nick's float was going to award him this pot at some stage, Greg finds the second barrel that will almost certainly force his opponent out now. But Nick going to mull this over, but eventually let it go.
Good bet there.
$1.1 this end.
Folds over to Nick in the small blind. He has a janky 8-4 against our short stack, Dre Kemper. Kemper's dusty Jack 6
Flying everywhere.
into the muck
The felt.
as he is slowly bleeding away at this final table. There will open the ace-3. Kemper has jack-6 of clubs in the small blind. Seems to be curious about it. Does let it go, though.
Now down to 900K.
Another jack-6 suited in the big blind belonging to Greg, his in diamonds. So his outs are thin, but on ace-king deuce, he will pick up the flush draw. Nick making top pair. And some backdoor draws. Certainly can bet if you're Nick, but I don't hate checking every now and then. However, this is really your board, ace-king deuce. I would probably mix in more checks on a slightly more dynamic ace-high board than the ace-king X board that really just drills your range, opening into the chip leader. Greg seemingly considers a raise there as he slides his hand down the 100Ks, but elects to call. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
7
No
of clubs.
help.
7 of clubs.
Excuse me, 7 of clubs. Thank you, Matt.
Yep.
7 of clubs on the turn. I was thinking so hard about it. Diamond coming. Merit to both betting and checking this turn, but many players continue betting as it's a pretty dry card that puts a second flush draw out there. Nick does check behind.
5 of hearts on the river.
Will Greg turn his flush draw into a bluff here? That would not go well.
Yeah.
As Nick has an ideal calling candidate. And yeah, bet at 325. Nick doesn't seem to do anything immediately, but I think he's going to make a quick call here. I don't think he would raise. Folding's not ever a consideration. If he's thinking, I think it's more likely that he raises. I don't think he'll ever fold. It's just, is he going to let Greg...
1.1.
Yeah, what a nice thin raise from Nick here. He's essentially saying, you've bet an amount that is not the right price for my hand to play for. I have a hand that's worth a roughly full pot going into this river when the action plays out like this. And so if you try and block and go to the river, I'm not going to let you do that.
All right, now I have a price both of you guys can afford at the same time. Well,
So a nice hand there from Nick Seward, the pro. Remains a tough customer for our chip leader, Greg.
That's all I can do. Got nothing. Like complete dust.
Fair
I'm
enough.
like, what,
but
you think
did
I
it
have
beat
3-4?
his nothing?
Yeah. Did he put me on 3-4 here by jam?
3-4 would have been a hard sell.
First place, 418,700, including that seat to the World Championship
I could have went for
at
it.
season's
All
end
right,
in
boys,
December.
900K.
Kemper now all in 900,000 with the Ace Jack, and Brown with Ace King. Only deciding on what to do here, but you know he'll be playing this pot.
Call.
He just calls.
Look at this. Even Nick with the ace-9 has a hand that if Greg had folded, would have called. But instead, facing an all-in and a call, I think he'll just let it go. Yeah, he will. And so all 3 players holding an ace.
That's not good.
But the jack is the relevant card for Drake Kemper. Trying to connect here, stay alive at this final table, or we'll be down to heads up in under an hour, Matt. Can't remember the last time that has happened. Okay, so our race car driver
Not gonna
well
do it.
behind here, and now drawing extremely thin on King 7-5. He needs to go runner, runner. Otherwise, he's going to be our third place finisher.
Hold on.
Oh,
10 on the turn will give him outs to a queen. He can make Broadway.
sweaty.
All right, let's go to a river. It's another king, and with that, we will lose Drake Kemper in third place. His first WPT final table, a strong showing for the race car driver.
His biggest cash ever, $200,000 for Drake Kemper. We're heads up. Nicholas Seward and Gregory Brown will come back to see who's going to take down their first WPT title and put their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Fast and furious action here, Tony.
Not fair to make the racing reference after Drake goes bust.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our WPT Venetian Spring Championship final table, where a rapid rate of eliminations brought our final table down to heads up about an hour's of play. King Jack 4 on the flop connects with our chip leader Greg, making second pair. Nick, just queen high. We'll try and represent this board and bet 1 1/4. Greg enters heads up play with a 3-1 chip advantage. Our levels go from 1 hour to 30 minutes. Queen of Hearts on the turn will improve Nick's hand and give him the lead here. Following such a small bet on the flop, he may reach for more, or he may believe that since some of Greg's hands that reach the turn are stuff like Queen 9, Queen 10, that his hand plays better as a check. Let's see what Nick wants to do here. He'll check behind. 10 on the river. May kill the action here, putting the 4 straight on the board. Does go check, check. So a small win to start things off here for Nick.
Thank you.
Thanks, son.
As we mentioned earlier, Nick has been somewhat of a regular at the Poker Ghost studio, some of the tougher fields that assemble in tournament poker. I often tell people that Vegas has become the toughest location for tournament poker, as there are so many talented players who live here in Las Vegas. And I think with so many tournaments available throughout the country and internationally, people don't travel into Vegas quite as much as they used to outside the summers. Greg here with the ace-9 makes it 300K from the button. Nick, the Queen 8 of Hearts. We'll see a flop. Six, 4 deuce, rainbow. Check, check on the flop. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Improves neither hand. Does give Nick a gut shot to a 7. And on this low board, I think calling out at the big blind, it is an easier texture for him to represent. So he will bet about half pot there, a little less for 300K. With ace-9, Greg will see this river in the lead. Needs to fade a Queen 8 or 7. King of Hearts on the river. Begs the question whether Nick will fire another barrel here and try and bluff his way out of this one. Certainly won't win by checking. But not a great card for him to represent if he were to size up here. Yeah, I like his choice in sizing here of 375, essentially saying I have something like a 6 or a 5, not I have a straight or I have a king, which I think is much more believable here. We'll see if it generates a fold from ace-9, though. Yes, it will. So very nice sizing from Nick Seward there. Telling a believable story that he had somewhere around second or third pair and was going for some thin value on the river. Just enough to drive out Greg and his ace-9. So the more experienced Nick Seward. Down about 2.5 to 1 in this heads-up match. It was 3. We'll see if he can bring these two to even. Capture his first WPT title. Greg, as we talked about earlier, Matt, if he were to take this tournament down, would win 10 times his largest career cash.
Amazing. And as we said, Nick Seward has the advantage in experience. How much does experience come into play in your opinion here, heads up?
Quite a bit, because there's nowhere to run, heads up. If you're not thinking about poker well, and you go to a bunch of flops, turns, and rivers against somebody 50 to 100 blinds deep, over a large enough sample, they should chew you up. However, it's pretty easy to run bad for a couple dozen hands heads up and get absolutely whacked. And I don't mean that, oh, Greg is, some inexperienced, recreational player who doesn't know how to handle himself here. He's played very well at this final table. But it's more likely that Nick is familiar with the nuances of heads-up poker, being the more experienced player. Craig's opening to 300K with a mystery hand. Nick has the suited 7-deuce.
Is the clock's supposed to be going, right? Oh, okay, cool. Didn't know that.
Oh, there's no clock right there?
There's no pre-flop clock, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just post.
King, Queen of Clubs for Greg to solve the mystery. On 10-6-3 Rainbow, the 7-deuce of hearts has nothing to work with here, facing this min bet of 150. Greg's hand, 2 overcards and some backdoors. Won't need to see a turn as he takes that one down.
This was a loaded field, Tony. You played in this event.
Played day 1C. On the night of 1A, I flew to Burbank, and the following morning was in the studio with Vince Van Patten doing an episode of the WPT. It was our creator television final table where 6 influencers battled it out for charity.
That had to be a fun watch.
It was a fun watch. It was a very talkative table. Not a very familiar with poker table, but a nice change of pace. I mean, as you can see here, these guys are both really talented poker players, but very quiet, of course, and that's completely normal and understandable. It's tense when you're at a big final table. Again, we said Gregory's playing for 10x his largest career score, and for Nick, if he wins this tournament, it'd be the second biggest score of his very accomplished career. So it's hard to feel really relaxed when you're playing for such serious money. And we'll continue that thought in a moment, though, because Nick, with bottom pair, has for now outflopped Greg, whose open-ender gets a free look at this turn, 9 of hearts. And I think especially with a heart in his hand, and what we've seen out of Greg, I expect him to start betting, and given this board texture, probably follow through on the river. He's going to have a very good bluffing candidate on most runouts here. But that bet at 250 is unlikely to force Nick out. You don't really check back pairs and heads-up poker and just follow the turn to a bet under pot. And so we will see a river. Another 3. Gin card for Nick. And a pretty good bluffing candidate for Greg here. You do have the 5 of hearts blocker. You can bet and just fold out draws that are better than yours. Diamonds, Jack 10, 7-6. If you bet big, it puts a lot of pressure on a 4. You're going to want to bet big with your flushes. He goes half pot territory, a fine sizing as well, trying to sell the idea that he has an 8 or a 9. And Nick, of course, going to raise. I think that if Greg had potted here, bet over pot, Nick just calls the river. But when he half pots it here, I think Nick will attempt to play for more, especially after we saw him raise the ace-3 on the river earlier. Well, this is not the exact same scenario. It does tell us that in these close-ish decisions on the river, Nick's going to find the raise.
Throws out that time extension. Still has a stack of those, each of those worth 30 seconds.
I think something around the 2.2 area seems right. He's going to go a little bigger than that. Looks like 255. And now Gregory will posture a little bit and let this one go as he essentially has the nut low. He does fold off camera there. So Nick Seward continues to make up the distance. This guy's entering heads-up play pretty deep. As I spoke about while we got underway, we are playing 30-minute levels, heads up. A change we instituted to prevent marathon heads-up matches that sometimes during film final tables could push till 4 or 5 in the morning.
And with that, with the action clock and being heads up, they do
good
play
that time.
many, many more hands. So
Yes.
it does make sense. We like to watch poker, Tony, but, you know.
I like to watch poker, not air move. You know? And I think by reducing the level time and implementing the action clock, we've prevented that kind of thing. Quick win and take it there. You know, Matt, we often talk sports during the downtime of these streams, but I got to tell you, I think February is just a little bit of the dead zone for sports. The NFL's over following the Super Bowl.
Olympics.
The Olympics was interesting, actually. I can talk some Olympics with you. Did you watch a lot of Olympics?
I did watch the Olympics the morning of the men's final.
That's right.
Being a big hockey fan, it was awesome. See the USA win that. And beat our fellow brothers to the north. A lot of chatter back and forth
Yeah.
about that.
Surprisingly tense times with the Canadians. Not sure what they did to deserve it, but apparently we hate them now. And so an ultra high stakes hockey match, not only for the gold medal, but for bragging rights. Hell of a game. I saw most of it.
Oh, did
I don't
you?
watch hockey, but I enjoyed that game. I enjoyed much of the Olympics. We talked about it the other day, but I bet pretty substantially on the Norwegians to win the most gold and the most medals. Norway, a country of 5.5 million, has won the most medals and the most gold at the last 3 Winter Olympics.
Half
They
of those
are.
sports I don't even understand.
Yeah, they are gods of the Winter Olympics. Generate a ton of skiing talent. Nick here is going to make the raise to 300K with 8-7. Greg with ace-7 will 3-bet. Up to 950. I like the 3-bet. However, as they remain deeper stacked, I'd prefer him to lean towards hands with a little more playability post-flop. if Nick gets down into the like 40 blind territory, now I like leaning a little more towards the ace X territory. Still good to find that play with semi-bluffs there going to the flop, because if you just raise really quality hands, you become too predictable to play against heads up.
I really can't get into the curling, Tony. I don't get it.
There's so much controversy this time around.
The curling controversy.
Yeah.
And then I watched a sport the other day where
You gotta
guys were taking their skis off and running upstairs.
Yeah. Confusing fold from Greg there. He's got a king on the button in heads up. Much too good a hand to be folding. And as it turns out, Nick had the nut low, and he was dominated. So a little unfamiliarity with heads up play there from Greg. You can barely fold any hand in the big blind ante context on the button. Certainly cannot be folding kings. So we asked earlier, who has the advantage in terms of experience and familiarity with heads up play? A simple hand like that tells me a lot about Greg's familiarity with this format, but it's really tough. You know, as tournament players, you spend very little time on heads up poker, and it's even weirder by what a good price you're getting, and now you're in the small blind and in the button at the same time. It's unnatural for many people who don't study it, so I understand how these mistakes are made, but cannot be folding kings.
10-6 for 7-3 here. Both players missed the flop here, but Nick in position makes the proper bet here and wins this one.
Another Olympic storyline I found interesting was the sort of contrast of reaction between Elise Liu, who won the United States a gold medal in figure skating with a pretty iconic performance, and Eileen Gu, who is an American, also half Chinese, who has decided to compete for China,
Right.
Despite growing up in California. Both of them had critical things to say about the United States, but very different reactions from social media and from spectators between the two. In many cases, I saw everyone celebrating Elise Liu, despite the fact that she was very clear, in her politics and her opinions of some of the things going on in America, which became contentious during the Olympics. Meanwhile, Eileen faced a lot of hostility. And not terribly surprising, deciding to compete for China, and certainly one of our biggest competitors, both on the world stage and in Olympic sports. However, for this hand, we see Nick flop top and bottom pair, Greg with the ace-4. Nick gonna make the check raise here. Hope that Greg has connected enough to build a pot.
Doesn't look like he has to me. Raised to 750 by Nicholas Seward.
Lets that one go. The last Olympic controversy I found interesting, which was also related to the hockey, was Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel, partying and binge drinking in the locker room of the men's team after they won the gold. They bestowed him with a gold medal, sort of participation trophy, I guess. Chugging some beers. What did you think of that one, Matt?
Oh, Tony. Well, they boarded up a plane today and they went to the Capitals to.
They will be at the State of the Union tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Trump made sure to invite them.
Cool. I'm sure they'll enjoy their time.
Raised to 400 from Greg. Yeah, it was interesting to see Cash in the locker room. It's not like there's any major investigations he should be handling right now, or, I don't know, a missing famous woman's mom or anything that he should attend to for his job. I mean, the FBI director, he can't miss a party at the Olympics, can he?
Oh, it was a big moment for the USA.
Yeah,
Just say
yeah. Got to have our top spook there. Greg here with the queen 4. Nick with the queen jack, dominating. Takes that one down.
And a queen too. We always got one card.
Yeah, as you know, I've been big into prediction markets coming into the new year. Part of the reason is the tax change that was brought about last year, unfortunately, really penalizes professional poker players, professional gamblers. However, prediction markets are not treated as gambling in the eyes of the law. They are treated as short-term capital gains, and so you will face a much lower tax rate spending your time there as opposed to gambling. And the State of the Union tonight is one of the biggest prediction market events of the year, both for mention markets and gambling on who will be present at the State of the Union. Nick here on the button makes it 300K with the Jack 3. Greg, this time with the medium offsuit ace, just calls. 995 on the flop. Trips with the top kicker for Greg. Nothing here for Nick. Gonna slow play it this time, Greg. Deuce on the turn.
Continues to check here. Just hoping for some kind of bet.
I do think Nick has a reasonable hand to turn into a second barrel, just total air bluff. Try and push Greg off of stuff like, you know, Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Queen, Ace X. He shuts it down, rivers a jack, and that will be an expensive card for him because Greg's going to fire out a bet here. We'll see how much. If he bets small, Nick might even... Oh, wow. Surprising check there, and it could really pay off. Very crafty from Greg. Giving Nick an opportunity to bluff here. We know he's made jacks and nines. And he's going to cut out a pretty sizable bet. Understandably so. If you're in Nick's shoes, you absolutely believe you have the best hand. And so he bets full pot here. 1.1 million. 1.2, my goodness. Dream scenario for Greg. How much does he want to raise here to?
Seconds he had.
3.5 million.
3.5 million.
Wow. Putting Nick in a very difficult decision here.
So hard to put your opponent on a slow play all the way to the river. Not many find it. Very disciplined play. Understandable time extension used from Nick here. One of the spots where nobody finds the slow play, but nobody finds the bluff. Hence the deliberation from Nick. Perhaps he tells himself, well, what's more likely, a big slow play or a big bluff in a spot that nobody finds? And the answer might be slow play.
Another time extension.
Yeah, I totally understand why you would want to use multiple here. This is the biggest pot of the final table. And Nick's decision, so awkward. So unusual. But he makes the right one with the big fold there of the river jack. Decides that the big slow play is more likely than the big bluff. You can see him questioning himself there, but once the stream tells him he was right, he's going to really pat himself on the back.
What do you think, Tony? You think you could have put him on a bigger jack there without having any?
Oh, man. You know, most people don't find a big check raise there on the river. When you bet full pot, right, you're basically saying, like, hey, I've got a jack. I've got a good hand, a jack. So many people there, threshold for check raising you on the river is going to be trips or better. Oh, maybe an ace jack or something like that, king jack. And many people still facing a bet of that size just don't really find the raise there. So you're just playing a big hand or bluff game against Greg.
We have in the chat, we have polls going on. I've never seen this before,
Okay.
Tony. And people were voting on whether Nick would make the call. 72% said no. So
Yeah,
72% were right.
That's probably the right frequency. Just fold like 3/4 of the time and call a quarter of the time. You know, just close your eyes, look at the clock, and if it's like 2 or less, make the call. Maybe 3 if you really wanna. If you really believe this guy gets out of line more often than usual. Here, Nick will not need to make a heroic call as it goes check check on the flop. He's got second pair on this 10 high board. Greg has king queen with the king of spades. And he's about to face a bet of 4 1/4. That may be enough to end this hand.
I would call 420.
He said, I'd call 420, my kind of guy. But he does fold to 4 1/4. Yeah, you know, the NBA, of course, going on right now. Regular season hockey. But the next big sporting event is going to be March Madness in a few weeks from now. It's a great time to be in Vegas. We've had the WPT Venetian during March Madness, back when the poker room was right next to the sports book and the energy was awesome in there. Raise to 300,000 from Nick with the ace queen, and this flop is going to be all Nick. Queen, queen, 6, 2 spades and a club. Greg with the 8-7 has a 3 straight and 3 flush, but not that much to work with here, although it doesn't take all that much in heads-up poker to continue. 200K the bet from Nick.
And he does let it go. Good fold there for Gregory Brown. Head on over to Shop WPT. Use the promo code WPT Stream and get 15% off. A lot of cool items at Shop WPT. Gregory Brown raises to 300,000 with King Jack of Hearts. Seward lets it go.
Not,
Shows his cards. You don't like that, right, Tony?
In a spot like that, I think it's harmless.
Okay.
I don't like showing your card when it really clues in people about how you play. That's why I didn't love Drake showing the aces when he open shoved them on the button. It meant that if he min raised in the future, he was very unlikely to be inducing and more likely to have a hand that would raise fold. So now he's giving his opponent some free information about how to exploit him. But when you just raise King Jack suited and your opponent folds, not telling them anything by showing the hand, you're just sort of helping pass the time easier by looking at some cards. Ace-8 for Nick here.
Lines are 75K, 125K. We said earlier those blue chips are 5Ks.
Here is the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Looming over the table, as well as the trophy you get for winning a Venetian event during the Spring Championship. We did have one WPT champion in the form of Anthony Zeno at this table to start things off, but he was short-lived. Greg here opens 6-2 of hearts on the button to 300K, and Nick wakes up with jacks in the big blind. 3-bet incoming.
Raise 1,250,000.
Greg will let the 6-2 of hearts go.
Six deuce.
Jacks.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I had a great one.
Nick with 10-5. Wheel complete on the button there. Greg will check King Jack, a hand that I think he should raise pretty frequently, Matt. Up against the limp, his hand's going to be well out in front. Jack 7-4. Top pair for our chip leader. And a connected enough board that he wants to fast play this one. Surprisingly, Nick is going to continue here. He really just has, you know, backdoor hopes of making a draw. 7 of diamonds does not improve his holding at all. Won't get him in any trouble. Greg will shut it down. He improves further on the river. Now, a lot less fear about a 7. Still a weird spot because it doesn't feel like Nick has anything. I guess he can have a 4, but for the most part he's going to bet his jacks or his 7s on the turn. You block, of course, your opponent from having a king or a jack. But still, Greg with a very big hand here is going to bet 600K, try and get some value from his opponent.
It's not going to pay off this time, but worth the effort. Players are playing for 148,000 in difference here between first and second. First place is 418,700, which includes that seat to the World Championship, where they can win millions more.
That was a bad one.
Both players with junk here. Nick will take a walk.
Braves, 300,000. Full.
Raised to 300K from Nick with the 10-4 offsuit. Greg will call the 9-3 of spades. Both players making a pair under the ace on ace 10-3. Nick will bet 200 with second pair. Greg with third pair, and the backdoor flush draw makes the call. Six of spades will materialize the flush draw. Does check on the turn. Queen of spades on the river will bring the flush draw in for Greg. Nick now with third pair. Now last time, yeah, Greg had a big hand. He checked it over to Nick on the river. This time, the attempted slow play does not induce a large bet. Nick with a very reasonable holding to check down there.
I was excited to hear pair of threes. I wasn't excited to hear flush.
We said earlier, Nick Schulman finishing on the final table bubble. He told the story of the massage. Have you heard that story before?
The Ivy massage,
The
right?
Ivy massage.
Refresh my memory.
Nick Schulman had gotten a massage and asked Phil Ivey for to borrow a small amount of money to pay for the massage since he didn't have any cash on him. And Phil Ivey threw the therapist a $5K chip.
Yeah.
And said, "You owe me $5, Nick."
Yeah. Funny story. Very Ivy. Both a very nice move and a very dick move at the same time. You know?
And so, Nick, I followed up with the question of, you know, what did you end up paying him back, or what did he say? And he said he tried to pay Phil the $5K a few days later, and Phil says, "What's this for?" He had no idea. Didn't remember it.
Oh, yeah.
And then
that part definitely checks out.
And then Phil did the right thing. He said, "You know, just give me $2,000." He said, "I'll take care of 3 of them." And Nick didn't want to. He wanted to pay. He wanted to pay the full $5K, which is just wild. So.
It reminds me of the time that Nadal Medic, I believe he won or finished top 3 at a World Series event, and he had been backed by Phil Ivey and came over to bring him his share. Same thing. Phil says, "What's this for?" He didn't even know he was backing him. What a guy.
What's this for? Oh, beautiful.
And knowing Ivy, it's possible he did not know who Nanad was. And that's not a slight to Nanad. That's just how Ivy rolls.
Right. Very funny.
Nick with the Jack 3 here. He's brought his chips up to a 2-to-1 disadvantage. Greg will check 5-3 offsuit. 6-5 deuce. Good looking board for that 5-3 offsuit. Nick shares his gut shot. Both players looking for a 4.
Bet 150,000.
Both players with a straight here, Tony. How spicy could this pot get?
Bet 420,000.
Greg bets 420. Consistent with his focus on that number. Nick sharing the straight. Just gonna call. So no 5-alarm spicy yet, Matt. Go to the river. 8 of hearts. Puts a 8 high 4 straight out there. So now I think both players are going to be more reluctant to really fire away at this thing. That doesn't mean more money won't go in. But should Greg bet this river, I don't think we ever see Nick raise. He's just going to check it. And now I believe that Nick will do some betting here. How much does he think his hand is worth?
Pot is 1.5 million. What are you thinking here, Tony? What's the right amount?
Between $1 million and 1.1. Or sorry, 1.5. He's going to bet about 1.1.
1,050,000 is the bet. Actually, 1.1, excuse me.
I think you sized it right. I think the computer says 1.1, but you were right that it's 1,050,000.
Hey,
And Greg, with some concern that he was drawn out on the river, but he'll find that nope, they are chopping this one up.
chop it up.
So take them back, boys.
Brown really didn't like to make that call, but found it.
Yeah, I certainly can't ever fold with the straight, but easy to be concerned that that 8 on the river led to Nick making the 8 high straight. 4 deuce of hearts for our chip leader, Greg.
Raise, 300,000.
Ace 3 for Nick now on the button.
Call.
Just gonna limp in.
Queen 4-3 on this flop. Seward pair of threes. Gregory Brown with king high.
Bet 125. Raise,
Check raise here
50,000.
from Greg. I like this hand selection very much. The 3 straight, the overcard, and the 3 flush to the king. I don't think it will get the job done when Nick has the pair and backdoor draws of his own. But I really like the hand selection from Greg here. Good way to mix it up with some flop aggression that isn't just really strong hands. 5 of hearts on the turn. Such a fun card for these 2 hands, Matt. Now open-ended with the second nut flush draw. Nick has a gut shot to the deuce and the nut flush draw. Still has bottom pair, of course. If I'm Greg, this is my card, and it just bombs away. Love to see him bet around 900. Looks like he's going to go a little less than that, 700.
700,000.
Nick will not be surrendering this pot.
Does make the call. Big pot here. Would be a really big pot if it comes a heart, which it does. And look at this, Tony. King high flush versus ace high flush.
Well, I love how Greg has played this hand, but it will end in disaster. How much is he going to end up losing here? I think he will probably place a bet out there.
1.6 million.
1.6 into a pot of 2.6. And then he's going to face a raise.
How much?
With just 4x that bet, Nick could consider jamming.
All in.
Yes, all in.
Wow.
And, you know, it's pretty smooth, confident all in there.
It's getting a count here.
Very difficult choice for Greg. You know, you have to call some of the time, right? Because you have the bluff catcher. If for some reason you assume your opponent is never bluffing, I guess you could fold. However, Nick, the caliber of player that will find bluffs here. So I think you need to call some of the time with your king of hearts. How often should that be? I really don't know, having not played against Nick much. I will say these 4 flush boards are not spots where people bluff raise the river that often. It can be hard to sort of card match and decide when you have the right holding to make that type of play, and it just feels scary. So all of these factors weighing on Greg. If he calls and wins, it's over. He's a WPT champion. He has a career high score over $400,000. If he calls and loses, Nick is our chip leader.
Can he find a fold here, Tony?
Be an excellent fold if he makes it. And an understandable call, should he choose that.
Going through a few time extensions here, clearly wants to make the best decision. Does he want to give up the chip lead here? Or does he want to have the title? That's the decision going through his mind. Oh, this is a tough one, huh, Tony?
Extremely tough decision. And a tournament-defining decision, career-defining decision for Greg up to this point. What a fold, though. Makes the correct laydown there. Decides that Nick is simply not bluffing enough to call off with the second nuts there. Still such a difficult fold to make in game. One that preserves his chip lead. As we see, he's got 13-7 to 10-6. And when he sees the results of that one, Matt, his confidence will be flying high. As we head to break, more coming up from Venetian after this.
We are back. Nicholas Seward, 71 big blinds. Gregory Brown, still our chip leader with 92, but it's drawn much closer. These players are playing for the championship, their first WPT title to the
Yeah,
winner.
I felt like we were playing that level forever,
And
which we were, but
the name on the Mike
I
Sexton
totally forgot
Champions
about that.
Club.
That's actually pretty
Cup
good because I was
plus
thinking, man,
418,000.
for a long time.
Which
No,
includes
it's
that seat to
definitely
the
good to do
WPT World Championship.
Unless I start
In
just
December.
completely blasting like a
A
maniac.
lot at stake here. Big hand. We just saw a big laydown
pretty one.
for Gregory Brown as he laid down the second nut flush. It was a correct laydown as Nick Seward had the ace of hearts for the flush.
Dude, I totally forgot the Win 3500 starts in 2 days. I
Yeah.
thought it was like in week. I thought it was in
No,
months.
yeah.
I'm like, oh my god.
It is almost upon us.
Yeah, I definitely want to play that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great tournament.
Brown now with kings here. Seward with 7-5 offsuit. Raise to 500,000. Lines are up now. We're playing 75, 150. Those 5K chips are gone. We just have the brown chips, which are 100Ks, and the 25K orange chips. 350 was the call amount. Seward does make the call. And the flop is 5-5 deuce. Oh my goodness. Seward here has flop trip fives.
Check.
Gregory Brown checking his king. What a flop for Nicholas Seward. Very accomplished player. Over 3.5 million in tournament earnings. And he will bet out 275. See a very likely scenario where Brown finally relinquishes that chip lead in this pot as the pot is building. Now up to 1.7 million. Turn cards a 10. Brown checks again. Now Nick bets 1.5 million. $1.3 million. Brown makes a call. Pot is swelled to 4.1 million. Ace on the river. That may save Brown some chips here.
Check.
He checks. Second call. Players are on a 30-second clock. Protection.
4.8.
4.8 million is the bet. considering making the call here. It would be a devastating loss for him, and he will relinquish the chip lead, which he had the entire day. Started the day with a near 2-to-1 chip lead over the next player. He does let it go. He's made another good fold there. Used 2 time extensions. But Nick Seward has now captured the chip lead. Joining us here, WPT on YouTube right now. First place in this event, $418,700 again, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship, where they can win millions more. Nick Seward in the chip lead. Brown now with 10-5, offsuit. Lets it go and play the next hand. Made 2 good folds here, but still lost a lot of chips in those hands. Blind 75, 150 with a 150 big blind ante. Raise is to 450. Brown lets it go. Venetian studio. Nicholas Westbet won the previous event here at the Venetian. Westbet back in July. Put his name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Our next event here in the U.S. is at Thunder Valley. We have an upcoming Prime event on the island of Cyprus at Shimada. Thanks for joining us here at Venetian in the beautiful Venetian Poker Studio. Brown is raised with Queen 5 of spades, 400,000. Seward makes the call with 8-5 offsuit. The flop is Ace-9-4. 2 spades. Brown just has Queen 5 of spades. Bet of 300,000 will get it done for Gregory Brown. Gregory Brown now with 9s. Stewart had raised to 450.
1.4 million.
Brown raises to 1.4 million. So 3-bet. Does Nicholas Seward think he has enough to keep his momentum going? He does not. He folds that. And Brown wins 2 in a row.
We're neck and neck.
Indeed.
Okay, you got the lead now.
I don't know if that's true. That was a bad one.
Man, heads up's a lot of work.
I mean, we're very deep.
I am hella deep too, yeah.
This is very rare.
Yeah.
Structure is very good here. On the World Poker Tour, most players are very deep, as Nicholas said. A lot at stake here. There are a lot of benefits of being a WPT champion. And we have our Player of the Year as well early in the season. Whoever wins this event will be near the top or in the lead for Player of the Year on the World Poker Tour.
Check. Yeah.
Queen 8-6 on the flop, a king on the turn. 3 diamonds now. Neither player with a diamond in their hand. Brown does have second pair queens. Seward with just the gut shot straight draw. Seward's going to bet 300,000. He makes the call. The last card is a deuce of clubs. Likely to go check, check here. Unless Seward wants to continue to use his position. Does. And he bets 800,000. And he makes a call. Good call here for Gregory Brown. He wins the spot with the queens.
Not even anymore.
Huh?
Not even anymore.
Did you bluff me on the 4.81? You might have.
Can't tell you yet, bro.
Not giving up the information. He did not bluff him. I'll let you know that.
I rivered an ace on that one. Damn.
10-9 versus 9-8. Both players are suited. 1 in hearts, 1 in diamonds. A raise to 400,000 by Brown. So it re-raises. 1,650,000. Brown back in the chip lead.
All right, let's play a big one. I'm getting tired.
Makes a call, says he wants to play a big one. Flop is a 10, a 4, and a deuce. Seward flops top pair. 1 diamond on that flop. Nick bets 1.4 million.
All right.
No call. Seward back in the chip lead.
Damn, I had a good hand too. I flopped 60% of the straight flush.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's a strong holding.
it's a strong holding.
Seward now with 13 million. As Greg edged out by about $1 million. Greg there folding the king 4. And again, Matt, you know, we talked about his folding a king 3 on the button there. Folding king 4 to the raise. It's just going to be too tight, heads up.
Okay.
And so these guys being pretty deep. Not a great sign that he's not getting to enough flops, that he's going to lose too many small pots, sort of bleed away there in those spots. And it's a little surprising because I feel like he has a good harness on how loose he should continue after the flop, how much he should fight for pots. So a bit of that inexperience at play there with the fold. Okay, 9 now for Greg.
Brown also leading a lot of the conversation here, heads up. Brown now raises to 400,000.
Yes.
Yes.
Seward makes the fold.
$150.
For 50 from Nick. Jack 8 of diamonds. Greg will call king 6. We go to a flop. And it is king 10 7, 2 spades and a diamond. So a gut shot for Nick. Top pair for Greg here. 9 running diamonds could be a very meaningful win for Nick. He is going to size up a little bit on the flop here. Looks like 600,000. 700,000 actually. Agreeable price for Greg here with his top pair and backdoor draws. He'll make that call. Seven on the turn. Means that Greg is now chopping with any other king at best. Maybe not a card that will induce Nick to do much betting here. Not crazy to fire some of the time, especially with the weaker parts of your draws. You know, you have some outs going to the river. It's not the end of the world if you get check raised off this hand.
He does check it.
5 of diamonds on the river. Not a card that will cost Nick any money here unless Greg checks to him one more time. I feel, though, his hand is one that wants to bet very frequently. He likes those slow plays on the river, though, trying to induce a lot of bluffs out of Nick. And Nick has a decent candidate to consider here, so this may work out really nice for Greg.
Are you sensing a pattern here, Tony?
Greg checks a lot of rivers that other players would value bet, or would at least value bet more often. But Nick does not take the bait here, and perhaps picking up on the fact that Greg is a bit slow play prone. So, way to find the break from Nick there. Not take the bait. Greg was trapping with a hand that often will be value bet in his shoes. And seeing another instance of that should cut Nick's bluff frequency on these rivers down even a little more. You've seen it multiple times now. Twice where it was shown down, a third time where you got check raised big on the river. But just the sense that, hey, if it's a close spot and I'm considering a bluff, shy away from it against this guy. He's going to get there strong a lot more than others.
And now Brown back in the chip lead.
The big slick on the button.
Race to 400,000.
Not low.
You want to chop up the money or play for all the marbles?
I
Or
mean,
even?
I'd be willing to look at numbers.
Some conversation.
We're like exactly even.
About a
Yeah,
chop.
I'm sort of
Pretty close.
leaning, just playing, but
Nick. Starting the
I'm down to look at it
negotiation
if you
from a
wanna look at it.
strong stance
Yes.
there. We could talk, but I prefer to play.
Yeah,
So-
I'll check it out.
yeah, it's fine.
But we here on the WPT, very transparent about deal making.
Okay.
Even in the televised broadcast, we'll display what the adjusted payouts are.
We're like almost dead even.
As you know,
Yeah.
Matt, I am a fan
I think I would want a little
of
more
that
is the
approach.
only thing, like than whatever my stack is worth.
Okay.
So we can look at that. If you don't agree, we can play. I still am just down to play. It's fun playing heads up this deep.
It is true. Well, I mean,
So we do have a look at the current chip count as these two negotiate over the value of their stacks. Greg, 12 big blinds in front with 13.1 million against Nick's 11.2 million. Begs the question of how much do you value experience in Nick, the more accomplished player. Greg certainly riding very high today, playing well, has the chip lead, has had the chip lead for the majority of this final table, but perhaps a bit less comfortable and experienced heads up than Nick appears to be. So we'll see if these negotiations reach an agreeable number or whether they just play for it.
The one rule on the WPT that we've put into place is that you make the deal, but you must play for the most money. You have to. The winner has to get the most money.
And we'll find out right after this.
How long does that take? Rolling Thunder next up on the calendar. Looks like they did not come to an agreement, Tony.
Okay. So right back to work.
300 for second. Then that would put first below 400. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good either, huh?
I mean, yeah, it's just I don't know. I just want to play.
I'm down.
Nick
Raise 450.
prefers to play. Makes it 450. Right with the ace nine of clubs. Both players, very strong holdings for heads up poker.
1.5 million.
It's going to make it 1.5.
1.5 million.
Yeah.
Both players with hands worth building a pot. I expect Nick will take a flop. That's what he'll choose to do.
Action game.
So over 3 million going to this flop. And it is king, queen, deuce. Rainbow with a club. Not a bad flop texture for Greg, who's representing strong Broadway hands, strong aces pre-flop.
900,000.
That's 900. I'm curious how Nick will react here. Has not been a lot of 3-betting out of Greg. Really this whole final table, and especially heads up. But we don't know their history. It's getting 4-1 on this call. Knows that this is a board his opponent will continuation bet. Probably close to full frequency with his bluffs. So he does make the call with the 7s. Feels the pair is just too good to fold. Heads up. Oh, and it is the 7 of hearts.
Goodness.
Nick now a certainty to win this pot. The question is how much will Greg run a huge bluff here? That would be running into a wall.
Oh, looks like he's going big here, Tony.
Oh, just under 5 million out there. He's going to bet around 1.8. 1.9. Nick cannot believe his ears. He has his opponent drawing dead with a set. As Van Patten likes to say, show tunes going off in his head.
For sure.
I think that Nick's probably a little young for show tunes. But whatever the kids listen to these days.
10 seconds.
He'll make the call. And hope that Greg fires one more bullet on the river. Less than pot to play now. Oh my goodness. 4 of a kind for Nick Seward here. In this pivotal hand of our heads-up match, the Spring Championship. Greg, find the break. Yes.
Wow. Quad 7's the jackpot.
Nick debating whether he should jam or maybe bet somewhere around half his remaining chips. He is pretty comfortably under pot, so it feels like we're usually all in, but also how does your opponent have anything that can call?
On.
Yeah.
They're all in.
As we know, Greg with the ace high does not have a calling hand here unless he really believes Nick's has Jack 10 or, backdoor hearts that missed and is now bluffing the river. But, geez, even if he called you with like the ace 10 of hearts or something, you'd be chopping. You'd have to catch him with like ace 5 of hearts to be good here. I just don't know how you would reach a call as Greg, but he will deliberate. And let it go. So, biggest pot of our final table being shipped the way of Nick Seward. Just after he declined the deal, Matt.
Yes. Always feels so bad for the person that didn't make the deal and so good for the person that said no to the deal. So good. Are you into deals heads up, Tony?
Yes, actually, because I do not consider myself much of a heads-up player, and you are essentially playing heads
Pocket
up for
J's?
this like crazy
King Jack.
six-figure amount. Put it this way: would I ever go up to some other poker player and say, "Hey, do you want to play heads up for $140,000?" No, I would not. I am not that man. So, if I find myself in this situation, and I think that my opponent is like close-ish in skill to me, then we can absolutely have a honestly, even if they're not that close in skill, we can still have the conversation, but I'm much more likely to reach a deal, an agreeable place with somebody a little better or a little worse than me. Somebody a lot better than me is not very likely to offer a deal, and somebody a lot worse than me is not likely to be someone I really want to make a deal with. Nick here will call on the button with 4-3. Greg with King Jack
500.
makes it $500,000. Leading to a quick full.
Blinds have 1 and 2.
Blinds are now going up. 1 and 200,000, Tony. $44 bigs to 78 bigs in favor of Nicholas Seward. He's got the experience and now the chip lead.
Raise 500.
I think Greg has shown something here today, though. He's definitely belongs on this stage.
He's really a very tough final table. Very fearless. A lot of guys playing for 10x, their career high score, go into a shell, or extra risk averse. That has not been the case for Greg, who faces this 3-bet with Queen 2 of Hearts. He'll let that one go.
Nicholas Seward now over 16 million in chips. If you're Greg, do you feel it slipping away a little bit? Why now? Why run bad now?
It's very frustrating. You come in 3-1. Now you're down 2-1. But you're still 40 blinds deep in this heads-up match. So is it slipping? Yes, but you're not buried.
Raise 450.
You win one big pot, you're the chip leader again. And hey, ace-king. Nice hand to win a big pot with. And Nick here with the 6-5 of spades has a hand that will be worth calling a 3-bet with. So we might get that big pot right now.
1.6.
1.6 is the raise.
Million.
Nick with a great hand to see a flop with in position.
Call.
At this stack depth, will make the call. So once more over 3 million in the middle going to the flop. Queen 10 deuce. Much better board for the range that Greg is representing. Although, decent amount of the calling hands that Nick gets to the flop with connect in the Queen 10 area. Still, this is a board Greg needs to follow through on. And he will for about $1 million. And with a 6-5 of spades, Nick is out of there before we can even get the camera to him.
$270,000 locked up. First place, 418,700. is day 4 of this event. 488 entries started. We're down to the final 2 players. Playing for over a difference of over $140,000.
Ready? 500.
Gregory Brown raises to 500,000. Seward makes the call.
Seven, 7-3. We'll miss both players. Greg's bet at 350. I thought it would get the job done, but Nick doesn't seem so convinced. Certainly these middling paired boards get played as a check raise pretty often, and he does have cards around the 7 and 3 that could turn straight draws. Nick recognizing that, you know, you can't give up so easy on all these boards that just don't connect with either player very often, choosing this hand to run a check raise bluff with, and nice selection. Does get it through, making it 1 million there. So everything coming up Nick Seward for the moment. At 4 of a kind, the largest pot of our final table, giving him the chip lead in this heads-up match. And so far, no signs of frustration from Greg, handling this turn of fortunes quite well.
If you'd like to see a recap of the hands, you can go to WPT.com and check that out. Our live updates team doing the recap of the hands. Also, for the upcoming schedule on the World Poker Tour, next 2 stops are on the island of Cyprus and in Northern California at Thunder Valley. I'll be up there at Thunder Valley. You'll be traveling overseas to Cyprus.
That I will. And I'm going to visit frequent WPT player and final tableist Ray Cartomi in Jordan.
Oh,
afterwards, just a short
good.
flight
Thank
from
you.
Cyprus to Jordan. So many amazing places.
One thing I love about the World Poker Tour, going out to these global destinations, you get to spend a little extra time and see the world, like I just recently did in Cambodia.
You went to Angkor Wat. I'll be
Yes.
going to Petra. One thing I've always loved about poker and working for the World Poker Tour is the chance to see these amazing places, some of the world's history, most impressive sites. Angkor Wat, really high on my list for most impressive place I've ever been to. Greg here makes the Queen 8 of Hearts worth $500,000. Nick wants to see a flop with the 6-3. As you can see, much more stubborn about calling out of the big blind than his opponent. King, Queen 7 with a heart. This pot should belong to Greg. Nothing there for Nick
400.
to connect with. He does give up there. Now, what along with Angkor Wat would you consider most impressive, most memorable site, building, however you want to put it?
That I visited?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Always have been. Madrid is such an amazing city. Both stops we've been to on the World Poker Tour.
Are you a big Eiffel Tower guy in Paris? Or you just love all of
Nah.
it? It's different parts of
The
it?
architecture
Architecture.
and the food. As you can tell, I like to eat.
Okay.
So
Call. Option.
How about Versailles? Did you go out to Versailles
I
when
did
you were in
not.
Paris? You should go to Versailles.
I'm not been to
It
Versailles.
is a truly absurd display of wealth and history. It's great, tremendous history there. But just like they're adding wings to this place while the country's starving, you know? It's already the biggest palace in the world. They're like, you know what it needs? About another 8 rooms and a hall of mirrors. Ace, Ace 6 on the flop. Nick with aces and 6. Fires a little bet out there that gets a quick fold. It's really not very far outside of Paris.
Okay.
You can Uber out there. Greg here, Jack 10.
Raise 500. Call.
Call from Nick. Seven, 6, 4. So Nick with the gut shot to the 5, and getting a texture that maybe he'll lead some of the time. Texture that tends to be better for the big blind than the razor on the button. Greg with the Jack 10. You know, some overcards. A hint of a back door. Not a lot here. If he's going to c-bet this texture, I'd like to see him size up a bit. And in this pot of 1.2, that's what he'll do. He bets $500,000.
600.
I like his hand selection for this bet. It has some ways to improve, connect, win a decent-sized pot, but also would like to generate a fold now, and on this coordinated texture, you're going to have to charge your opponent to get him out. But Nick, with the king high and the gut shot and his overcards, feels that's an acceptable price. We'll see a turn. 3 of hearts. Putting the 4 straight, and 2 flush draws out there now. Now Nick should have more 5s than Greg.
10 seconds.
And recognizing that
600.
and just how good this card is for his equity overall, he leads out for 600K here. Pretty advanced play. Not everybody finds this one, Matt, especially when you don't really have that much of a draw or hand to work with. But a great result here as it forces Greg out of this pot. Nick taking it down there. And mind you, he can get better hands to fold. He can get ace-high hands, king-high hands that dominate him to fold. So also getting those 6 outs out of this pot for just 600K, a significant win for our chip leader.
In your opinion, would you say that Nick is a studied player?
Certainly looks that way. You know, I'm very unfamiliar with him prior to this. Now, he is only 25 years old. He's had a lot of success in recent years. You know, he plays at Poker Go. He won a bracelet for like $500,000 in a tough event. He's final tabled a 10K event at the EPT. Now he's heads up with a big chip lead in a 5K that had many talented regs. Had it at the Venetian here, which I feel that Vegas tournaments are the toughest in the world right now. Everything about him screams studied to me. And, you know, finding leads like that feels like the kind of studied play that not everyone catches. There, going up to 450 and flopping Broadway with the Queen Jack of clubs.
Oh my goodness.
Luckily for Greg, not much here for his 5s to fight back against.
That's 275.
No reason to fire huge here. But with just pocket 5s, a wise decision.
So let it go, which he does.
First time we met was on a cruise in the Mediterranean. That cruise stopped in Istanbul. And that day I saw Hagia Sophia. which is also on my list of most impressive sites. Did you
Blue
go there that
Mosque.
day?
Went to the Blue Mosque.
You went to the Blue Mosque. Okay, good. They're right
Yeah.
next to each other.
Yeah. Did do that as well. Osier now with 10s up against 8-6.
Three raise, 2 million.
Makes it 2 million. Brown lets it go.
Yeah, I feel like Hoggies feels a little bit slept on as a historic site, but it is like, man, 1,500 years old.
Wow.
You know, built by the Roman Empire and then maintained by the Eastern Roman Empire, and then when the Turks and the Turkish Empire took over the city, they made it very, very clear to their soldiers they were not to touch or damage the Hagia Sophia because it was this world-renowned landmark, and so it was converted into a mosque until 20th century and it became a museum. But to me, for so much history and empires to wash over that place, but the building remains intact, is super impressive to me. Plus its location, the way it looks. Nick here with 10-8 on the button.
Call.
Greg here calls King Queen. Jack 7-6.
Check.
Overcards for Brown. Seward with a straight draw.
Reasonable texture for Nick to size up. I wouldn't call it mandatory, but also a reasonable texture to check back. Usually the textures that we size up are also textures that we check back at a higher frequency. Not always, but certainly the ones that connect the more middling part of the board or lower end of the board. Greg checks again on this deuce turn. Now it feels like Nick's hand really wants to bet and generate folds from exactly this kind of holding in Greg. He faces a bet of 275. Wouldn't shock me if some heads-up players got sticky here. I don't know if Greg will. We've seen him be lean towards overfolding pre-flop in close decisions.
That's okay.
And this is a close one he also leans fold on, so Nick takes that one down with his straight draw.
Hearing from the chat that Nicholas is very studied.
Yeah, story checks out.
Yeah,
Watching
story
him play
checks out.
today, looking at his resume. I didn't realize until longer into the stream that he was only 25 years old. That's pretty rare in this day and age to be playing in those fields regularly, you know, having success in them at 25 years old. 15 years ago wasn't so surprising. There was so many more 20-something-year-old players in the field. It's become a little bit tougher to rise the ranks in modern poker. There's a whole generation of millennials trying to keep the kids out, man.
Absolutely. Understandably so.
Yeah.
King, 9 on the flop here.
They're trying to mog us. Can't have it. Quick bet and take it for Greg here.
Yes, Tony. I went and saw Calvin Harris the other night here. A lot of stuff always going on in Vegas. And
Is that why our
And-
event
and-
manager lost her voice?
perhaps. It was a good night.
I don't know how you do it. You're one of the most reliable people in all of poker, and yet you burn the candle on both ends, but will show up the next day,
Yeah.
suit and tie, ready to
Smile.
go, don't miss a step. I
Thanks.
feel like a lot of tournament directors have this gene. This can burn the candle at both ends gene. You, Danny McDonough, of course.
We love it. We love our jobs. We love work. Brown. gets this one.
Meanwhile, I take like multiple over-the-counter drugs just to make sure I can get my 8 hours of sleep every day.
It's important. It's going to catch up to me at
Yeah.
some point. Hopefully when I'm about 95. We'll see.
That said, if you're having trouble sleeping, I got on magnesium lately
Yeah.
on the advice of the internet. Very effective stuff. Very happy
I have,
customer.
but I haven't been taking it, which is good. I need to start for sure. Still a little bit jet lagged off.
I bet.
From Cambodia.
I bet, man. It's harder and harder as we get older, and those are big jumps.
Right.
As
Right.
much as I'm looking forward to Cyprus, the jet lag part of it is the one double-edged sword element where I'm like, ugh. I love going to Cyprus. I love seeing a new country in Jordan. I love traveling with the World Poker Tour. Oh, I'm going to feel like crap for like a week. Oh, no.
Got to be tough to be a poker player.
Yes, you do. Especially a traveling tournament one.
Call. Option.
I think we'll just limp in with 7-3. Greg will check the 8-6. Not much happening here for either player. But they really connect on 7-6-3. Second pair in 3 straight for Greg. Top and bottom for Nick. Great opportunity to further his lead. And he does size up on this connected board, like we talked about, these
Right.
low middling boards. Prefer the bigger C-bets, and that's what Nick does here. Further evidence to his studiedness. 400K is called.
Oh, wow. A full house now.
That's rough. I mean, yes, when Nick limps in, he can have a 3, but still tough to put him on it. Awful lot of things that can be drawing here. You know, the 8-5s, 8-9s, 9-10s of the world. Other random overcards. You know, just random like Jack 5, Queen 4 type hands.
10 seconds.
Somewhere in the like 900K, I guess, territory. Oh, he's going big. He's going real big. 1.4. Full pot in the turn. It's not exactly deep analysis, but these situations that Greg finds himself in just suck. It's just like, ugh, nothing feels very good here. Folding seems too weak. Calling feels like this guy is just extracting the maximum from me. I don't have a lot of ways to improve, but the 8 does improve his hand to 8s and 6s. So now if he was behind 7s and 3s, it's also interesting that, you know, some of the hands that Nick would bluff with are stuff like 8-9, 8-5, and it's possible that he would value bet those hands a third time, hitting that 8 on the river, thinking like, yeah, 8s and 3s beat whatever 7 or 6 this guy has. So when you have 8-6 in Greg's shoes, and you face what's likely a sizable value bet incoming, difficult fold to find. And you already gave this guy one big fold.
All in.
If you remember that earlier ace high flush versus king high flush where Greg made the great fold, does he have another one in him here? Should he call? Nick Seward is our champion. Should he fold? Greg will remain in this match and tournament.
Using a time extension. This would be a very difficult fold to make.
If I'm facing Greg's decision, I really don't get away very often. And it's just extra tough knowing you already made a big fold in a spot where it feels like maybe this guy's getting one over on me. And that leads you to question.
Oh, he makes the call.
If
That's
he
going
can
to
be
be it.
bluffing, but this time Nick Seward is not. Instead, he is the WPT Venetian
Nice game,
Spring
nice game.
Championship
Good game,
champion.
Good game, dude.
It's good playing with you.
Good kill, man.
Greg Brown with a career-high score. He should be very proud of the way he played and conducted himself at this final table.
Oh,
I ran.
Coolered in the end to close it out, but Nick Seward, the 25-year-old, adds his name to the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, takes home over $400,000. We'll see him at the WPT World Championship in December. Feel like we're going to hear a lot more from this guy.
Absolutely. Tony, that's been great with you today. And we're out of here from Venetian Spring Championship. Our champion, Nicholas Seward.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We'll see you next time on the World Poker Tour.
Until then. Know your pots are live. Pots